while now, and they're just they're doing Silent Hill first because it's almost like making a YouTube video when everybody's talking about Resident Evil 4. Make a Resident Evil 4 YouTube video, right?
Yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah, that's kind of how you make it. You know. So I guess they're just, hey, everybody's talking about Resident Evil, so let's get involved.
I gotta shoot my gun. It's all over.
That was too much, I guess. I thought these guys were like weak. I don't know why they would clump them up like that if they're not just weak as fuck. No, but I played the Ada shit and that was really fun. I mean, I wanted to get through it, you know. I wasn't like looking at every corner for loot like I do in the main game because it's a little convoluted. It's cool to see like the beats of the story that have to do with her, like her being the one to ring the bell and all that shit. No. Oh, that buff.
I'm pretty sure you could download a mod to play as Ada.
Yeah, I don't know why that elite is there. Pretty sure that's what killed us. It's not even in the world quest. We're not even killing these guys. We need Vorkin meat and moose flanks. I don't know what the fuck this is. No, that's what this is. This is okay. So that's the world quest over there. This is the bonus. So yeah, we're killing these.
How often do you think they're going to give you knives? Since they have durability.
I thought it wasn't like that. You repair the knife, right? Like the knife breaks and it stays in your inventory broken. That's what I saw when people were playing the demo. Unless that's a specific knife that does that. I think it's going to be the merchant repairs your knife. So you have a limited number of uses.
The fact that a knife breaks is kind of silly.
Well, you're blocking chainsaws with it.
Yeah, it would go dull after a while, certainly. I mean, it's a game mechanic. I'm not worried about it. It's gotta be balanced, right? I don't think it's a game mechanic.
Yeah, it's a game mechanic.
I don't think it's a game mechanic.
Pretty gay to me.
I just said it was a game mechanic.
Yeah, but not that kind of game mechanic.
Where's the satisfying sound of one's impalement?
What are you talking about?
Don't fall for this old trick.
Yeah, but he's standing. You think I'm gonna kill that Deadeye and not pull this guy that was standing right next to him? Are you kidding me?
Why are you yelling?
Because I got a wife.
We shall prepare for the ritual.
Exactly.
Welcome. Got a selection of good things on what are you buying?
Well, I have enough. I could buy the Chicago typewriter.
Do it. Question is, are they going to have that outfit and the Chicago typewriter?
Yeah,
I've seen
probably.
people have data mined some of the outfits. There's like a cringy emo outfit.
Great.
Yeah, well,
Come back anytime.
Japanese people don't think it's cringy. That's because Japanese people are
They are
cringy.
cringy.
Exactly.
Is that all? Thank you.
Right, Monty? You're Japanese, right?
Is that
You
all?
watch a lot of
Thank you. Is that all?
No,
Thank
it's
Never.
not good. Good talk.
Ah.
That's a
Thank
great
you.
point.
Is that all? Thank you.
Sell the mask? Like an idiot? Yeah. Maybe I never found the second one.
That was my only problem with the shit. Was how convoluted stuff was. Where there's like segments where you see Leon and she's like, "I can't go there. I'd have to kill Leon." What? Why?
Who?
Ada. He can't know
Oh,
my
yeah.
plan. What? What are you talking about? I've played the other games that come after this one. Your plan don't mean shit. Like, it does shit. There ain't no fucking way.
I see
that
all
it
your
matters.
clones' titties. What? Yeah.
Like, I go on Nexus mod, it's like most downloaded mod. Fucking Ashley naked.
With various titty sizes. How big do you want her
What
tits
the
to be?
fuck? Why?
Why is this most of the mods?
Why do people do this? Like, you're just gonna get horny. Yeah, you're not gonna play the game. You can't play the game like this. God damn,
So it's
man. It's bad
Ashley.
enough
She's like
already.
13.
Nah, she's 20. She was born in 1983. I looked it up because I wasn't sure. I saw some people on Reddit that was saying some shit. I was like, are these dudes fucking
All right,
pedophiles?
I don't care how old a fictional person is because they're
She looks
fictional.
13.
She looks 13. It's
She
fucking
does
weird.
look 13. She does look 13. And she wears like a schoolgirl outfit. Some weird, like, I mean, that's not super schoolgirl, but, you know. It's weird.
Yeah.
She looks more mature in the remake, it looks.
Well, hopefully they just make her fuck off and not do what she does in this game.
Hopefully she's useful. I wouldn't mind her if she's useful.
Like, there are
You know,
times
like-
when, like, every time I'm throwing her grenade, she's next to the enemies crouching and just fucking dies because I hit her with a
Yeah,
grenade.
it'd be nice if she just stays on your ass the whole time. And is maybe more useful. You know, like a Ellie in The Last of Us. I like to see her hit some enemies or some shit. I think they might do something.
I don't have a flash grenade. It sucks.
Yeah, Mercenaries is bullshit, though. Holy fuck.
Yeah,
Like, I
I
can
did it back in
handle-
the day and I never cared to again.
Dude, I can handle the first 3 levels as Leon. I'm sure it's easier with other characters. I haven't got around to them. Like, I did Leon the first time. I was like, okay, this is pretty hard, because I'm like, 4 stars, not bad. How do I get 5 stars? Oh, double that score. Okay. 60,000 when I'm on average was getting 30,000 for a 4-star unlock. Okay, so 1 more star is just, you know, double the performance of what you just fucking did.
Yeah, and you got to get through every level with 5 stars as every character.
Yeah, and then I did that same level, the first level on Ada, and it was like 60k easily. I'm like, okay. But I also figured out to run around and pick up all the fucking time stuff first.
Yeah.
Pick up all the time stuff, and then don't really care too much about the chest timer things. It's pointless. It's about racking up the multiplier, finding a good spot, and then trying not to kill the enemies too fast, and trying to get that chain going. So I did that as Leon on 3 stages. Then I get to the stage with the double chainsaw guys. Like, what the fuck, man? They're so hard to deal with. People, you go online and read, and people are like, just shoot him in the leg. Yeah, I did that, and he cut my fucking head off because he's like, my shotgun did nothing to him. I mean, I've knocked him down. I've killed one. It's like, oh my God, okay, so let me just stop doing the objective for a minute and survive these chainsaw guys that slide across the fucking map swinging the chainsaw wildly. And that's exactly what they do, by the way, which I'm sure you know. When I say that immediately, you're like, yeah, that's that bullshit.
Yeah.
They're just swinging the fucking chainsaw wildly while they slide across the ground with their barely fucking animated movement. And keeping up with me somehow. Somehow they're wildly swinging a chainsaw and keeping up with me. Like, what the fuck? So, okay, that bullshit. I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to do this. I keep getting to 30,000 and then they show up. And I can maybe kill one of them. But like, what? As soon as I go to fucking kill, you know, the other one, it's like I can't get lucky on it. I didn't knock them down in time. So I spend like 3 fucking minutes farming out my multiplier, and it gets interrupted by a fucking chainsaw guy, and I maybe get lucky and blow him up with a barrel without, you know, some bullshit happening. And by bullshit, I mean the thing that happens the majority of the fucking time. Some fucking asshole grabs me right before the chainsaw guy gets there, and then I get, you know, I kick the guy in the head, and then I get my head cut off immediately. Because there's no escaping it at that point. Or, you know, just some bullshit like, oh, look, I got hit by a fucking crossbow bolt from across the map. Because these guys need to shoot 2 at once for some reason. Like, what? God damn it, man.
Yeah, it's a lot of bullshit. A lot of bullshit that really doesn't need to be there.
I'm like, man, this is probably easier on all the other ones, but it's almost impossible with Leon. So I stopped. I'm like, I'm not gonna fucking sit here and stress myself out for this fucking hand cannon or whatever the fuck it was.
Thank you.
Fuck that.
Is that all? Is that all? Thank you.
Raid mode was better. That's like the one good thing about Revelations was raid mode. Co-op, and you just kind of level up your gear and go through randomly selected areas.
Anytime.
Well, I think it's ridiculous that they lock unlocks behind them. First place, it should just be about having fun.
Well,
Longevity to the game.
they always give you that thing to shoot for, where by the time you get it, you're so overpowered it doesn't even matter anymore, like the rocket launcher or whatever.
Well, yeah, once you have an infinite rocket launcher,
you've already done everything. You might as well just not even try anymore.
I figured tonight's playthrough, the final playthrough before the game comes out, just do normal with whatever I got. Fedora.
You'll be starting fresh. Yeah, the best you can do is Ashley in armor.
Yeah,
Welcome.
that's what I wanted to go for.
On the plus side, she's invincible, but on the downside, every time she walks, clunk, 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 all the fucking time in your ear. Always find something. Boy, I can't wait to be able to use my mouse to move around the inventory. I already did that. backed up. Fuck. Oh, God. I'm gonna start using this fucking shotgun. You miss with this fucking shotgun, man.
Welcome. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger. What are you selling? Is that... Thank you. Ah, thank you. Is that all? Thank you. Ah, thank you. Is that all? Thank you. Come back anytime. You again.
The sacred rite that's about to begin at this tower shall endow the girl with magnificent power. She will join us, become one of us.
This is no ritual. It's terrorism.
Isn't that a popular word these days? Not to worry. We've prepared a special ritual for you.
Welcome. Got a selection of good. What are you selling? Is that all? Thank you. Ah, thank you. Is that all? Is that all? Thank you. Come back anytime.
I want you to suffer.
Easy.
Got a selection of good things. What are you selling? Is that all? Thank you. Is that all? Thank you.
Anyways,
Yep.
how's you fellas doing?
Well, just dandy. Just, you know, forcing my way through the week till I get my 4-day weekend.
So are you taking the day off of the launch? Like
I'm
the day...
taking Friday and Monday.
Okay, it comes out the 23rd, right?
I don't know. For the
Everybody
23rd and
says
the 24th.
24th, but I'm pretty sure it's the 23rd.
I think Steam has it wrong because everywhere else is the 24th. Or it's midnight, you know?
That would still be the 24th.
Yeah, but, you know, Steam's retarded. It's 11:59.
I got it written down as the 24th in my planner based off of what I heard originally. So, probably 24th, midnight. Although sometimes Steam don't do midnight. I think we talked about this, right? Like the store page has a weird thing on it.
That's why I didn't take Thursday off.
Well, taking Thursday off wouldn't matter because if you're taking Friday off, you can just stay up late, right?
Well, if it comes out on Friday at 4 in the morning, then
Oh, at 4
probably
in
not.
the morning. Yeah, that's different. Approximately 2 days. Yeah, how about, that's not what approximate means. A lot of people use that incorrectly.
I really should get me a 3D printer one of these days.
You said what?
I was saying I really should get me one of them fucking 3D printers one of these days.
Yeah, that should be high on your list, my dude. Actually, before that, the most important thing you can get is something to get water. Water's a big deal. Everybody's all about survival food. And yeah, you gotta have some survival food for if shit hits the fan, because what's most likely to happen if the economy crashes, which is the most likely thing to happen, is store shelves will go empty, which means you will have to drink tap water. However, in the case of a nuclear war, you can't drink tap water if the water is fuck.
I got iodine pills.
Yeah, that don't do it. That don't do it. You need a filter that'll take it out. Now, there's this cool water filter that's not too bad, okay? It's very expensive, like $400, but you can make one at home for much cheaper with 2 buckets. Alright, let me look up the name of it. It's called the Big Berkeley Water Filter, or the Royal Berkeley Water Filter. This is basically a 2-tier system. The bottom area is basically a container or bucket. It's made of metal, stainless steel. And then the top area has a place where you can screw in these filters they have. And they're like charcoal filters. You know, they remove like 99.9% of everything. Similar to those little sucking straws that you can get, which, by the way, is a good thing to have. They're cheap. You should have a bunch of them. You know, those life straws or whatever the fuck they're called. Those things work. They've been tested. They also remove 99.9%. They don't remove radiation, but there's not much you can do with it. The only way you can deal with radiation is to have water on hand, like stores of water. Now, after a few days, the rainwater should be fine because radiation doesn't evaporate. It's a heavy material that falls to the ground, and once it's kind of fell to the ground, it's not going to be in the rain anymore. Unless you just have like a perpetual process of nuclear shit happening for weeks at a time. But eventually the water, which is one of the best things you can drink, is rainwater, depending on where you live. Obviously rainwater is going to have pollutant in it if you live in a big city where there's like a lot of factories pumping shit into Atmo. But in the case of a nuclear type situation, that's not going to be an issue because those factories aren't going to be operating anymore, at least for a period of time. And it only takes a few days for that shit to fall to the ground, like I said. So, you know, it's probably the best way to drink water is from rainwater. You just got to collect that shit. snow if it's cold. Snow, same deal. Whatever. Gotta melt it. Still want to boil it and whatnot. You don't really have to, but it's, you know, just to be safe. Boil it.
I mean, boiling kills bacteria.
Yeah. But and that just
That's it,
depends on your
really.
container for collecting. Because when you collect rainwater, you're setting a thing outside that birds can stop by and drink and piss and shit in potentially, or, you know, birds flying over could piss and shit in it. Bugs could get in it. You know, you don't want to be drinking live mosquito larvae and shit like that. So that's all I'm saying to that. Probably good to still run it through a filter afterwards. But the great thing about these water filter systems is you can take any kind of water and you can filter it, and it filters it completely. And these things usually have the potential to have like 4 of these filters screwed into them at a time.
Well,
that's just about the speed. That's just for the speed of the water to be created. You can get like 4 gallons of water a day out of a Berkeley water filter system. If you have 4 of them put in. 2 gallons if you have 2 of them.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. It would be nice if I had a 3D printer, because we use like a pitcher thing, and we have a bunch of extra filters for it. And it's just like,
well,
guaranteed someone out there made a design for a rain catcher.
Well, here's the deal. You don't need the 2 buckets to be perfectly sealed against each other. You can literally just take 1 bucket, put the lid on top of it, close it up, take the next bucket, put it on top of that one, and then drill your 2 holes. And these filters, these Royal Berkeley water filters, they just have a screw-in system similar to like a something that you would have in like a bathroom sink or something, where you just screw on and there's a gasket, and the gasket tightens and creates the seal. So just 2 holes that are the right diameter, which I think is like 3 3/4 of an inch or something like that. Whatever, 3/4, whatever. Something like that, and you can screw them in, and then you just pour the water in the top, and it drains into the bottom. And then maybe you want to go get like a little spout thing at Home Depot or something, and screw a hole in for that. It's the simplest system. The only thing that costs is the filters. Now the Berkeley filters cost like $140 each, or sorry, $140 for 2 replacement filters, and they're good for up to like 4,000 gallons or something like that, which is a lot. They filter 4 gallons per hour. It's 4,000 gallons lifetime. Over its lifetime is 4,000 gallons before you need to replace it. However, you can get on Amazon for much cheaper. They're like $40. A knockoff brand version of these filters. And I mean, they're made out of the same fucking material. It's made out of fucking, you know, it's just a carbon filter. You can get 2 of them for $59.99, or you can buy the authentic $173 version, whichever. If you don't trust the $59.99, you can get the $173. It's not bad.
Are you actually going out and buying this shit?
Not right now.
You spend $400 on a fucking water filter?
No, I didn't. I'm telling you, you can make it for much cheaper.
Well,
it's
yeah,
a $400 system, but you can make them for much cheaper. You don't have to 3D print stuff, though. You just go get 2 buckets, and then all you need is the filter.
I'm saying, it would be cool to have a 3D printer. God damn!
Yeah, but you still need to have
Just go on a
material
tangent, man.
for the 3D printer.
Fuck.
Well, I went on a tangent because I said that it is high on the list to have a 3D printer because you can print guns and shit with it.
I just want to print cool shit.
Listen, this is just something that I've been reading about
Survivor
today,
Man
okay?
over
I'm just
here.
trying to help you out. Well, fuck
I'm not
you.
doing any of that, ever.
Die in the fucking apocalypse,
At no point.
you piece of shit.
At no point will I be like, man, yeah, let's just drop $400 on some bullshit I'm probably never going to use.
Well, you don't need to drop $400.
Yeah, I can make shit. I can't make
You
anything.
drill 2 holes. That's it.
I can make shit.
You drilled 2 holes. It's literally 2 holes, and you've made it. Boom.
Well,
You don't have
if
to
I'm
seal
ever
the
in that
2 buckets
situation,
up.
I better figure it out or die, right?
Yeah, whatever. I'm just offering knowledge.
I don't even understand what you're saying, let alone gonna remember it.
Whatever.
Need to watch that Bedazzled movie again.
It's pretty funny. I mean, I'm not a full-on prepper or some shit, by the way.
You don't have the money to be.
It's just good to, like, have a couple things. There are a couple key things that you need to survive an economic collapse, or you're gonna die with the rest of the fucking loser normies. And who wants to do that when you can live in a post-loser normie world? Imagine how wonderful the planet's going to be to live in when all these libtard fucking mouth breathers are dead. And the Republican boomer cons. They're all gonna die from fucking dehydration real quick. Or they're gonna die to, like, dysentery or whatnot. I mean, and this is good for, like, if you want to get away from forever chemicals that are in these fucking tap waters and shit, and you can't really trust bottled water. I know you have a filter on you use a fucking, like, filter thing in your fucking house. Don't act like you don't already have one.
Yeah,
So it's
$20
obviously
pitcher.
important to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. That's one of the things you want to stock up on is some of those filters.
Is that all?
It'll do you good.
Thank you.
I kind of wish I had a second filter thing for, like, because we have this water boiler thing. It's just like I don't have anything to filter the water that we put into that. I mean, I guess it boils it, but like all that forever chemical shit. Probably
Another thing that people are doing right now is freeze drying leftovers. Like you make food or dinner and you got leftovers and nobody fucking eats them or they get thrown out, or you just put them in the fridge and eat the same bullshit the next day.
Freeze drying is a very expensive
It's really not.
thing to do. Like
You can make it.
No, you can't make it.
Like a freeze dryer is really expensive.
Like, I
man.
hate to break it
Well,
to you,
it
but if
depends
this
on the
situation
size.
ever happens, I'm just gonna be dead. I mean, I'm gonna go to my brother-in-law's house and learn to hunt,
I'm sure you'll be fine.
or I'll just die.
I
But
mean,
at
yeah,
no
a
point, I
freeze
can't
dryer
imagine any
is,
point in my life where I'm gonna be so certain that the end of the world is happening that I'm gonna go fucking spend all this
Nobody said
money on
anything
shit
about
just
end
to
of the
sit in a room.
world.
Economic collapse, whatever.
Yeah, that's just one country for a brief period of time. That's just people dying for a little bit until it gets better. Like the Great Depression. How many people died before things stopped being the Great Depression? I mean, it only lasted for how long? Couldn't have been that long, right?
Like 8 years.
Something like that. That's a pretty big period of time to have to survive. Looks like it was about 10 years, something like that, yeah. 8 to 10.
So Polyatomic is animated now. Moves around.
Oh, that sucks.
What?
Camo.
Oh.
I mean, it's not too bad, except for like the darker areas are all stripy and shit. It just looks weird.
I mean, if I wanted a purple moving one, I'd just use a rhino. They don't all need to move.
Like, just having a moving still image isn't really all that great. Like, I think Cold War did animated skins pretty good, but like...
Just let me fucking customize shit. Remember back in the day when you could just customize shit and import it into video games? How the fuck did we get here?
We're downloading
that trend
skins for
die?
Counter-Strike.
Right? Yeah.
Downloading skins for Minecraft, and now you have to pay for the skins.
Yeah, and these fucking Zoomers, these
Remember
Fortnite
those
gamers
things you
just
used to
allow
make
it to happen.
yourself and fucking just import?
Think it's great. I'll spend my mom and dad's money. Thanks for ruining everything. That's what people mean when they say you ruin everything, Zoomers. Alright? That bullshit. We had it, and you fucked it up.
It's
I don't have a problem.
Stupid thing is, they're the ones that grew up with Minecraft and shit. And you can get
No, they
fucking
grew
skins
up with Minecraft after the fact. They're after the fact Minecraft. I'm not talking about like the first generation of Zoomers. They're too busy out here complaining about pronouns and shit. You play video games? Oh yeah, I play this one fucking... They're the kind of people that like... They have like a fucking avatar of an anime dog character that they personified themselves with. And they play one fucking game, and it's like Genshin Impact or something. It's like the only fucking game they play forever, all the time. What are you doing tonight? Going home playing Genshin Impact.
They pay. They're a fucking free-to-play player that just never progresses.
Yeah. Then you got those people that have been playing games for the past, 6 to 8 years, and they've just been feeding corporations their mom and dad's money. Fortnite! I can't wait to get a new dance! Oh my god, I got V-Bucks! Right? That shit.
Oh,
V-Bucks, guys! And they've only resurged into Minecraft and discovered it because streamers speedrunning it and shit. That's just cool, Minecraft. Here, Microsoft, have my money! Like, in no world whatsoever would anybody go, yeah, you know what, we should definitely, as a giant corporation, buy Minecraft. Except for one where there's people just fucking dishing out money for stupid bullshit. I can't wait to buy a skin that looks fucking retarded and you never see, unless you go into janky third-person mode, where you have two animations, stand and slightly bend over.
And walk.
Look at my punching animation. It's the same no matter what's in my hand and no matter what I do. And Microsoft's just like, yeah, we don't have to fucking add anything to this shit.
I mean, they didn't even make the game. They just acquired it and fucking started making
they
money.
did the Valve system. And nobody gave them shit for it.
Thank you.
Sons of bitches. It's these Fortnite gamers! That's what the doc meant when he said that. That's what he was talking about. Seems like it came out of nowhere, but you really understand that it didn't. This Epic Games launcher, this button straight up doesn't work. It's the checkbox for remember me. Hey, idiot. That's everything. Nothing that ever asks you to remember you remembers you. Or they do it for like a month and then they're like, you need to re-sign in just to make sure it's still you. Like, what are you talking about? In what scenario is it not me anymore? Oh, I died and somebody's on my computer playing a video game under my fucking username. Oh no, that's bad. What? How the fuck is that even? What the fuck? There's a hotel in Madrid that labels room items by their name. Are mildly interesting. Long napkin. The room number. Coaster. This is a towel. Almost blank sheet of paper sheet. This is a shower cap inside. Okay. This is 100% eco-friendly package of water. I'm pretty sure this is just Joe Biden's stuff. That's what I'm going to put on here and get banned out of here. Pretty sure this is just the stuff they have at the White House for Joe Biden. Here come, I'm gonna get downvoted. Look, the top fucking post in the comments is somebody with a fucking avatar with purple hair and a fucking mask on. Almost blank paper sheet is my favorite. Yeah, and you think that's because there's writing on it that says almost blank, but it's because there's lines on it, you moron. Dude, stop showing me white people Twitter. It's so fucking obnoxious. See, Monty got banned from there for having a different opinion.
Right? Like, what the fuck? I didn't use any derogatory terms, nothing. It's just fucking, yeah, that's kind of what she does. And then people are like, no, ban him. Ban him?
He has a different opinion. He didn't say a swear or attack anyone.
Right?
He just has a different opinion.
I was actually fairly cordial about it. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, so what if you have a different opinion? What the fuck, man? Unbelievable.
I don't know what you expect, man. It's Reddit. It's owned by China.
It is. China.
That's why I kind of don't pay attention to social media anymore.
No, it
as
doesn't
much as
matter
I
who
can.
fucking owns it. It's the whole user moderator fucking thing.
Yeah, it's not even supposed to exist. Like, the whole concept of Reddit in the first place was supposed to be a community upvote, downvote, and then for some reason they put mods in. Why? Well, because some subreddits might just end up being racial slurs at the top. Okay, and you don't go to that subreddit anymore.
Right?
The
Just
fuck?
don't go there.
Start a new one.
I mean, I get it. Forums
Look at
need
these.
moderation, but
That's not that one doesn't need a mod.
user moderation is
The whole point. Why do you even have an upvote downvote system if you got mods?
right.
You have Reddit, you have subreddits where people upvote shit and mods delete them.
Right?
Look at, if you want to have a good time, by the way, look at that hashtag Trump arrest trending tab on Twitter. Man, look at all these coping fucking liberals.
What's even the deal with that? I don't even know the story behind it.
A DA in
It's just some shit that he did a while ago or some shit.
A DA in Manhattan is trying to get a charge stick that nobody has ever had stuck against them ever in the history of the United States.
Yeah, and he's probably going to get
Technically on
found
the
guilty
books.
anyway.
I doubt it.
In a New York court, you don't think so?
No. It's not a jury, right? I don't think there's a jury involved. I think it's just a...
I mean, he has a right to a trial by jury either way. I don't know if he will.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, but how you gonna get it? Well, the alternative is you let the judge decide. I mean, a judge is a good idea because the judge is going to go off precedent and throw it out.
Yeah,
Unless
but
it's a Soros judge and
It
then
doesn't
guilty.
matter though. It doesn't matter though. What's he guilty of? A fine?
Well, it would keep him from running for president, right?
No.
I mean, not really, no.
It would be.
Look at how many politicians.
First of
are
all, it would
fucking-
be salacious with all these different people calling it out, and he could easily take it to the Supreme Court if a judge rules against him.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to help his run.
I mean, nothing's gonna help his run. He's fucking doomed from the get.
You're gonna cheat.
Essentially.
People, I've seen people just constantly saying dumb shit like, Trump's gonna win in a landslide if they try to indict him. Yeah, no, they're gonna cheat. Have we?
Like, it's so dumb because there's cope on both fucking sides. It's just like, you're all fucking dumb. This isn't gonna help Trump. It's like there's no scenario where it's gonna help Trump. People are gonna feel pity? Oh, as if they wouldn't already after fucking 6 years of bullshit. Like, people that are upset on Trump's behalf are going to be upset on Trump's behalf no matter what.
The only thing that's good about this is it might spark actual revolution. I mean, that's stage one socialist typical shit, right? Put political opponent in jail. Oh, look, he was corrupt, guys. We locked him away.
Yeah, didn't Zelensky do that? It's weird. It's like they're listening.
See, they're not even getting him on shit that you think he would do. They're like, oh, the classified stuff. Nope. So, the issue with what they're trying to indict him on is that because it's a fraud claim, which is what they're trying to get him on, that he committed
They
fraud.
already determined it came from personal funds. I don't know what
Of
the fuck
course,
they're doing.
of course. They've already determined that, so that's why it's not going to stick. But at the same time, you have to prove the
Corrupt ass
defendant's...
fucking-
When you do a fraud charge, you have to prove the intent of the defendant, which is near impossible to do. And it's all in Trump's favor, because even with Michael Cohen claiming shit, it's like, yeah, but Michael Cohen, if he did the fraud and told Trump and lied to Trump that it was legit, then that means Trump's intent was a legitimate thing. So it's not gonna stick. That's why Democrats were hoping it would be about these top secret documents. Turned out to be fucking nothing. And they've wanted the January 6th thing to stick because that's something vague that they could do, but you know, it hasn't. So you can't sentence somebody. First of all, he'd have to be convicted. So that's a trial that would take place over a long period of time. And by the way, all this does is prove that they cheated in the election. Because if he really lost the election, why do they care? If the country voted overwhelmingly for Joe Biden, as they claim they did, why would you even fuck with this? There's nothing in the Constitution that says that he needs a clean criminal history, right? Like he needs a clean criminal record. Nothing about that. The only way he couldn't possibly run for president is if they put him in prison during the time period that he would be running.
Like, there's nothing I wouldn't put past him at this point. Like, he goes through all the motions, right? It's clear that he's not guilty of anything, and then they just go back and say he's guilty anyway.
Yeah,
and then he dies of a
To
stroke.
the Supreme Court. It would go to the Supreme Court.
No, I think they'll Clinton him. I don't think they'll let him do any of that.
Well, it's certainly possible, but why not just Clinton him out on the outright? You know, just fucking infiltrate Mar-a-Lago, get some shit planted. You know, all we got to do is find
That's the
somebody.
thing. The second someone's in jail and they control, you know, what they're eating and shit, they can make them have.
Well, they can do it now. All they got to do is get somebody to work as a staff member in Mar-a-Lago. They got feds planted every fucking where anyway. They do that shit all the time. I think it's just drummed up bullshit so they can, you know.
I mean, if you're so worried about them cheating, why do they bother discrediting so much, you know? Like, why not just let him run? Who cares? They seem to really care. Like, it seems like they're still hoping people they get votes.
I don't think so, though. I think it's kind of a mixed thing where, you know, the people at the top don't really care, but then there's people at the bottom, like this DA, that do. I don't believe that the Biden and admin has anything to do with this, like people are claiming. Sure, there might be people in the admin that are like touching on it, but I don't think the overall administration is doing anything about that. I mean, Joe Biden barely fucking ran. He missed several debates before he finally got into the race. The guy never seemed worried. Never. And they constantly kept saying the same thing over and over. Count every vote. We will count every vote. And then they didn't count every vote. They announced early that they had won. Once the right votes were counted. So...
that F curve.
you know, you can believe the rhetoric, which is things like, oh, Joe Biden is signing a bill to declassify intelligence on COVID origin. And people are like, well, this is him trying to appear more moderate ahead of the 2024 election. No, it's him covering his fucking ass, right? It creates more plausible deniability for people like him. Like, oh no, of course we had nothing to do with it. We're the ones that opened the investigation. It's like the mob investigating the mob, right? It's the perfect plan.
The mob is better.
Yeah, of course. I mean, all the good mobsters died, and all the shitty mobsters were the ones that ratted out the good ones and went into politics.
Welcome. Got a selection of good. What are you selling?
I think it's a highly complicated thing. I don't want to be one of these people that just like tries to simplify it. That's where conspiracy theorists
Yeah, well,
fail.
that's why I'm done just trying to figure it all out. Whatever it is, I'm never gonna fucking know. It's just deep state being deep state. Who knows why they do what they do? Aliens? Who the fuck knows?
Come back anytime. Follow me.
What is that thing?
Sure. Alright. Let's do this.
Look, there's a gate here.
Wait.
New game. Normal. Wow, I bet he got paid one line for that. Special 2. Get that. Shut up. Birds. I want my boy. What the fuck? Why do fucking controls? Why did they default?
Do coal power plants have cooling towers that look like fucking nuclear ones?
I don't think so.
It's so weird, this fucking image. They're like talking about coal power. And the image is, yeah, I see a coal plant here, but I see 2 fucking cooling towers for nuclear fucking power over next to it. And they're like using this picture, it's like a foreboding sign. Dear God, they're killing the environment. It's just like, it looks like they're building more nuclear power, so I don't know what the fuck you're on about.
How do I turn the audio down in this game?
You can't.
Really?
Yep. You gotta either get a mod or use your volume mixer.
Wait.
Alright, sorry about that, Monty. What did they say again?
Here, I'll just...
What the hell?
Like this tweet, they're trying to make it seem like the fucking China.
These dire
coal
I'm gonna read
power.
it in my Amy Klobuchar voice. These dire warnings are why we took action on climate change as part of the Inflation Reduction Act, and why the U.S. and so many other countries must heed warnings and do more to reduce greenhouse gases. Why? Greenhouse effect is great for plants.
Yeah, but like the article she fucking...
Scientists
links.
warn the world is on the brink of dangerous irreversible warming.
Yeah, but if you look at the picture, yes, there's a coal plant there, and then there's 2 fucking nuclear plants right next to it. So it's just like, it looks like they're phasing out the coal because the one coal plant in the foreground is clearly not in use anymore. And they're only using the one on
Yeah,
the far right.
coal stacks are those big long ones.
Yeah.
Don't.
So the one in the center front, that one's decommissioned. Clearly, it's not being used. The one on the right is still being used. But if you look on the left, there's 2 fucking nuclear stacks right fucking there. One's in use. One's probably...
Yeah, I think that
being built.
implies it's phasing out.
Yeah, like they're... Oh, look at this, so scary. On an overcast day where it's foggy in China.
Yeah, you can also tell by the coloration. The long stack has a kind of a darker white cloud coming out of it, whereas the stack on the left is clearly steam,
Welcome.
which is the byproduct.
Got a selection of
Is steam.
good. What are you selling?
You wouldn't need that big of a stack for coal because you're not producing that much smoke. For coal, it's just a chimney.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And they put it way up there for a reason, because people are like, we don't like the smell of coal in our city. All right, we'll fucking put it way up here.
Come back anytime.
But if they really cared, they would have no problem with nuclear. Yeah, but nuclear fallout. Yeah.
Yeah, if something goes wrong...
Hey, dumbass, you know what the alternative is to
You know why it didn't work at Chernobyl? Communism.
communism? Yeah.
Right.
Also, you know what happens if you
Shitty policy.
if you don't use nuclear power? You get fallout. Somebody said it great, like, what this is like, we're in a We're like in a car right now, arguing over which radio station to play.
Leave it to me,
But the
Leo.
car's sitting on train tracks and there's a train coming. And we know the train is coming. We just don't know exactly when it's going to get here. And that's relative to the fact that we're going to get hit by an asteroid. It's going to happen someday. And it could easily happen in our lifetimes. And if we have to burn all the coal in the world that exists, all the fossil fuels in the world, to prevent that, then that's a better case scenario than we get rid of all our fossil fuels and then we can't stop that asteroid. Because guess what? When it hits nuclear winter, like,
Cool everything down from that global warming.
Just in, FDA may authorize another round of mRNA boosters within a few weeks. Wall Street Journal says.
can't wait for all these libtards to die off.
Not enough of them have died yet.
First Zavala and now the rest of them. I mean, it's sad, but I didn't force them to take it. They did. I said, no, wait, don't, stop, don't take it. And then
Whether
they
the
said,
whether we
you maggot, you fucking maggot. All right, dude, I'm just saying, maybe you can chill. No, fuck you, maggot. Okay.
Right, there's some guy, just most hateful person I talked to this week.
They're all fucking.
I'm like, you're really full of hate. And then he's like, I didn't say I hate a single person.
Yeah,
And I
you
put
do.
a picture of Donald
It's
Trump
very
laughing.
clear.
And I said, I don't believe you. And he's just like, well, that's, I said people. It's like, okay, dehumanizing
Yeah, exactly,
your
yeah.
opposition.
Yeah, I said people.
Is hateful.
You're not people, maggot. You're a bug.
I never said I hated anyone, but also you're not a person, so technically that doesn't count.
That's like that's more hateful when you put it that way.
Oh, it works that way. Blam! Oh, sorry, officer. I don't see him as a person.
Yeah, I thought that was a bug on the road.
I was doing the world a favor, officer. Fuck him and anyone that looks like him. And also, you look like him. Blam. Fucking dumbass logic.
Officer.
That's libtards. Take this kick to the mouth. Fucking bitch ass. Zombie bitch ass bitch. What's that? Chloroform. This dude said, Mateo. I like how Mike is like, man, I hope in the next game they don't have like fucking random Spanish. Like, you're in Spain. What? Is that really a fair complaint?
Yeah. Like, how many movies have you seen that take place in countries where they don't speak English and they're still English? Like, why is there language settings if they're just going to speak Spanish anyway? If you want Spanish, just turn the language to Spanish.
It's called merge. Why are these bodies disappearing?
Maybe it would be immersive if I understood what they were saying.
Oh, yeah, you definitely need like a sub. I think there'll be subtitles.
Yeah, but, you know, it'll be in Spanish.
God damn it.
Okay, I'll give you that one. I will give you like the awkward cultist murmurs.
It's very fucking repetitive. And because
Yeah.
I don't understand Spanish, it just sounds like they're making retard noises.
Well, those are retards.
Like that's probably, if I had to sum up my biggest problems with this fucking game, is that it feels like a cartoon.
I think
That's
that's
the
on purpose.
Japanese for you.
Yeah, not
Yeah, I
the
think
other
that's on
Resident Evil
purpose.
games.
Well,
But you know, that's probably my
They
fault. You
made a
know,
lot
I'm
of
playing
changes
I'm playing these Japanese games, you know, and all of a sudden the graphics start getting better over the years. And I'm like, oh, this is fucking gay. Secret of Mana, that was another one. It's like, yeah, this game's awesome. I always pictured it as like a, you know, more down-to-earth, realistic kind of fantasy that they just made do with their shitty pixel graphics. No, it turns out it's just supposed to be fucking anime or some shit. I don't even know what anime was back then. Never get tired of this. Means blowing away a bunch of enemies and then all of a sudden, whoop, they're back. Only their heads are giant swingy razor blades now.
Well, I mean, that's the Las Plagas, man.
Never get tired of growing dudes.
I think the issue there is, you know, they went from Resident Evil 1 and then 2. It's like they're trying to, I think that's a failure of the 90s shit, right? Like, oh, we need to up the ante.
Yeah, but
Like,
they take
it's
what
just
should
a-
be one of the most satisfying things in the game, which is aiming high at a group of enemies with a shotgun and watching their heads all explode, and taking that and
Oh,
going
of
like,
course.
oh, fuck, because 2 out of 3 are going to come back better than before.
No, I agree that that was a giant mistake, but I'm just telling you why they did it. I mean, it's that
No, they tried to
weird
evolve the
developer
Crimson Head
brain.
shit. But they don't understand
Did
what
Crimson
made...
Heads exist in the original?
No, those are exclusive to fucking remake.
Yeah, but the remake 4 existed before the remake, right?
I don't think so. I think the remake came first.
Remake was done in 2006.
2001?
Oh,
2001, pretty sure.
How did I get out of it without getting hit?
Welcome. Got a selection of good. What are you selling? Is that all?
You can tell it's supposed to be a progression part too. Like, you know, you don't start seeing those fucking things show up until later.
Is that all?
Like, oh yeah, it's
They show up at night.
progressing.
Come back.
It's really what it is. It turns to night while you're passed out. And then
I
it's
think-
night from then on
I
out.
think the concept is that you get here and they're turning. They're still
No,
they've
they're
just been
stronger at night.
infected.
That's really it.
really.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll be a proper mechanic. Here's what I hope is not in the game. Throwing weapons of all things.
I know,
Don't
it's like an arcade rail shooter. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah, but that was popular back then and it's not now. So maybe they'll fuck off with it.
No,
Is what I'm saying.
They won't. It's in the demo.
Is it really?
Yeah. Only now
that's
you
a-
can deflect it with your knife instead of shooting. it
Well,
out of
yeah,
the-
that's right. You can deflect it now with the knife. That's not terrible.
Well, yeah, except now your knife has durability. They're like, oh yeah, you got to manage your knife. You know, are you going to deflect this shot? Or are you going to save that knife so you can save ammo later and knife people on the ground? It's like, motherfucker, I have muscle memory from Resident Evil 3. It's like the same button to deflect is the same button to dodge. I've been doing it this whole time. Every time an enemy goes to hit me, I hit spacebar. Even though it's not doing anything. Like, I'm not going to have a chance to actually make that decision. It's just I'm always going to deflect if I see it coming. Fuck.
Maybe we won't get hand trimmers. Is hand trimmers in it?
What?
Hand trimmer shit, where you when you aim the gun, you just fucking got hand trimmers. Because for some reason, a cop that's now a mercenary doesn't have steady hands.
Well, if you get the stock for the Red 9, he does.
I mean, in the remake.
Well, there's no lasers, so...
So far, there's no laser so far.
Well, no, there are lasers, but... Like, it's not going to really change the mechanics. I'm sure it'll move a little bit, but not like how it is by default in this one. fucking like 5 shotgun shells because he fucking had some shit coming out of his head. What the fuck?
Yeah, but fire's good against them now, right? So they changed it to where fire's the way to deal with the Plagas. So I think there's probably at some point going to be some kind of weapon sets them on fire, just to kind of make it not as ridiculous.
So fucking frustrating. It's not even like it's difficult anymore. It's just
Flashbang
like,
didn't make any fucking sense.
You're out to UV light, man.
Well, it's not. And I think they understand that. Like I said, I think the game suffers from that time period of just like, oh, all this bullshit that was popular and trendy, like, oh my god, fucking, hey, the cinematics. We don't want people to just, because it's boring to sit back and watch cinematics, right? Yeah, if it's a Kojima game. God,
Those aren't
imagine?
cinematics. That's just mouths moving on a codec.
Well, I mean, even in their cinematics, they're long and long-winded. Can you imagine if Metal Gear Solid had fucking cutscenes in it? Like some of these fucking 10-minute long cutscenes that you get in Metal Gear Solid 3 and 4. It's like, oh, you gotta 3 minutes in, you gotta hit a button combination. If it fail, you die. You gotta watch this whole fucking thing again. I mean, you can skip it, but holy shit, good luck skipping and then immediately having to fucking hit the button combination. Like, oh my god, dude, the knife fights with Krauser are just so fucking annoying.
2 years ago. Is that what they told
The whole
you?
boss fight is annoying.
I'm not even talking about the boss fight. I'm talking about
It's
the
all
fucking
annoying.
cutscenes.
It makes no sense in this game.
Well, I get what they were going for because at the time, again, very popular.
Yeah,
like,
well,
oh,
you
the
know
mentor,
now, but
and
the
he
first
taught
time-
him how to knife fight and shit.
Yeah, but you have to like assume that based on their dialogue. They don't have the fucking montage of like Leon and Krauser training like they do in the demo and shit.
Well, they show the knife, and it's got like, you know, the same fucking symbol on the knife that they both have. The knives are similar. I kind of picked up on that just from the cutscene. That, you know, it's even talked about in one of the things that I think it's Ada's thing, where she increases or not increases, but adds kind of to it, where she talks about how Krauser is like super useful, and if it wasn't for his blah blah blah, they would have offed him a long time ago or whatever. It's like, okay. Like, this guy never dies, by the way, in the Ada campaign. Like, he doesn't die, he leaves. And she's like, oh yeah, he did.
Just like
That
every
means he
other
could
side
come
character, right? He's gonna come back later, but they never do. Carlos.
Use him. Well, again, these
Rebecca.
remakes are an opportunity to make that shit happen. Remake 5 and then remake 6 from the ground up completely. I mean, like completely, like story and everything. Bring back Carlos. Bring back Krauser. You know, bring back Leon and Ada and Chris and Claire and Jill, Barry, all of them. Bring them back finally at last.
15 interwoven scenarios
You may be able
in a
yeah.
giant mansion
It's not like you
with fixed cameras.
Well, I think have a mansion, have a village, have a lot of things that come across, you know. Bring in some characters.
I mean, they tried to do that with
lead
6.
into 7. I think it's an opportunity to lead into 7 because 7's not a standalone, so we got to make it work a little bit. Lead into 7. Show us the creation of the you know, the blue version or whatever of Umbrella and how, you know, how Chris is tied to it at all. And you know, let's get the BSAA involved, but not be fucking cartoonish in the game. You know, have that dynamic where it's not just the same fucking game with different character skins every time. Like, have the game play differently. When you're Jill, you know, maybe you have to deal with a pursuer or something. You're, you know, doing shit in mansions.
They literally tried that with 6. That was supposed to be Jake's campaign.
No, I know, but I'm saying, like, don't even bring Jake along. Fuck that. Wesker did not fuck somebody. Okay, Wesker's dead after 5. We don't need another Wesker. We don't need a lineage. He dies in 5 and let it be that. and just use characters like Krauser and shit that survived and didn't go anywhere. You know, bring them back into the fold. And then I think, you know, do a little nostalgia. Have another Nemesis show up. You know, hey, they made another Nemesis for some reason. Whatever, you can play it around. It doesn't have to be a Nemesis. Maybe a better version of Tyrant or something.
They don't know how to do that. Every time they try to do that,
they do though.
It's just some shitty. Like, this is like Nemesis, but not as cool. Even the new Nemesis is like, yeah, not as cool as the old Nemesis. I swear to God, it's like every game is an accident to them. They don't really understand the cool things.
Yeah, but not now. Not after the remake. You're talking about
Well,
old
we'll see.
Capcom.
We'll see. We'll see if they've learned their lesson after 3.
Well, I don't think they're going to change 4 a lot because it's so beloved. I think they've stuck themselves for that one. But I do think it's possible.
Probably really easy for them, actually.
I do think it's possible for them to make massive changes to 5 and 6, because especially 6, because 6 is universally seen as bad. They know that.
Welcome.
You know, so they can obviously make a massive change there, in my opinion. I'd like to see different campaigns have different playstyles. I'd like to see when you play as Jill, it feels more like Resident Evil 3 Remake. When you play as Leon, it feels more, I guess, as 4, whatever, fine. Get the actiony shit with Leon. That's what he's destined to be. That's what he's always gonna be, whatever. Fuck it. And then with Chris, have it feel more like 7, you know, it's first person now, and he's dealing with BSAA shit, and it's more high level things are going on, whereas Jill's doing shit in the background and has a pursuer issue, and Leon, you know, he's a little bit more of an actiony third person type guy that's more, have the gameplay differently with each of the characters. And I'm not saying you play as all these characters like Carlos and all that shit. I'm just, you know, they could be in it. You know, still maybe do a co-op situation, bring Sheva into it, you know, have the co-op and just have it play that way for everybody. I don't know, I think it would be cool. I think it'd be fucking cool. Carlos and Jill playing together at the same time, and they're both dealing with a pursuer in a co-op scenario. Or maybe just Jill's dealing with the pursuer, and then maybe it jumps back and forth between them in different segments. Yeah, I think it's doable, because if you put 2 players in co-op in the fucking precinct in Resident Evil 2, they both have to deal with the pursuer. You know, they both have that issue. So, I don't know. I'd like to see it more like an upgraded version of Nemesis and Tyrant kind of deal. They could get real creative.
I want them to go back to the original plan. When they went back to 7, they said they were going to do small scale individual stories. And then 7 did so well, they were like, hey, we bring back Ethan. Like, Jesus. Ethan. And then they killed him 1 game later. And then they made it seem like, well, we're gonna follow Rose's story next.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Now they can do that. You remake 6 and finish it, and now you can say we're done with Resident Evil as a main story thing, because 8 kinda,
back to remaking.
I mean, maybe 9, maybe end it with 9 or something. Have Chris resolve
10.
this BSAA
There's gotta be
thing.
a Resident Evil X.
Okay.
X.
Yeah, sure. Resident Evil 9 and 10, you know, Chris, it's kind of like the echo of it, right? 6 is the resolution of all these characters coming back together and dealing with Umbrella. And then we see how the creation of this blue Umbrella shit happens. And then 7 and 8 kind of cover that resurgence a little bit. And the BSAA is starting to become that which they fight. And Chris deals with them in 9, and some of the characters, not all of them, have to come back and help with in 10 with like resolving the whole issue. And then finally it's over. At last, it's
when
over.
Everyone escapes
it's
in a
resolved.
fucking helicopter.
Everyone escapes in a helicopter. A nuke is dropped. It's great. Or a bomb, it blows up. The whole facility blows up, and we're done. And now you can do side stories that are loosely connected to different time periods of the game. And we don't have to worry about it anymore. You have resolved it completely. That's all I got to do. I'd like to see it.
They just gotta stay away from that really fucking over-the-top weird shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying with 6. It's the opportunity to do that. You know, I think they've toned down 4 a bit in terms of its setting. It looks like it's been
Well,
made
here's the
more
thing.
realistic.
It was not graphics at the time were not ready for a game like
Right.
this. That's why everything looks like shit.
Yeah. I agree.
And normally I don't mind if the gameplay is good enough, but like it just that game gave me a fucking headache. Legit. I felt like shit after playing. It was like playing The Evil Within. Like at 2 hours you're like,
Yeah.
hey, I need to go to church. I feel dirty.
I feel bad. I feel like shit.
Well, the remake of 4 is going to have an actual storage system like Resident Evil 5 did. So you know, now you don't have to just fucking sell it if you don't want to use it anymore.
Yep.
Welcome. Got a selection of good. What are you selling? Is that? Thank you. Ah, thank you. Ah, come back anytime. What is it that you fight for, comrade?
My past, I suppose.
Umbrella. Prepare for your death, Leon.
Verifícala.
Yeah.
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 What do you mean, you people?
Right? You people. You fucking people.
What are you boying?
Paging Dr. Faggot!
All right.
Oh, shit.
Who are you paging?
Who are you paging? Dr. Faggot! That's what he's...
Hey, we didn't say it. Justin Long said it.
Yeah, now he pretends that he didn't say it. More like Justin Prick, am I right?
Who?
Justin Prick. Justin whatever's brother. I got you. Sounds Herbie Hancock. Give me a hand. Where you? Run away, dog. Yes. The only movie she ever did. Maybe one day a lot of these celebrities will actually do pornography, Gwen Stefani. The Aviator. Take the gold chicken egg? Yeah. I'm gonna leave that one. I put blue medallion, stranger. 15 blue medallions, 7 in the farm, 8 in the cemetery. For those of you who destroy 10 or more will be rewarded. The rest is illegible.
There was more?
Yeah, it just says the rest is illegible. The fucking merchant. I hope we get a little bit of backstory on the merchant. It'd be a good opportunity to explain who the fuck the Duke is and why he's fucking massive.
The Duke? Isn't he just
from 7.
Duke?
Oh, from
No,
Village.
it's the Duke. Is it Village? Yeah, it's Village. Why are you here, dog? You're gonna get the plagas if you don't fuck off. Yo, bro. Talais. Benno. voice.
Helicopter Mike is just shooting at nothing. Everyone's already dead. Music stopped.
You don't like that? You're not a fan of constant
Gunfire in your fucking ear? No.
God, I hope the fuck they don't keep. I hope they make it actually make sense. Like
Out of nowhere, you got backup all of a sudden.
I don't mind that. It's just it's a helicopter, and then you cut to a scene where it's these fucking ganados just standing around, and you can't hear the helicopter at all. And then suddenly he pushes over a fucking water tower with the helicopter's body. What? What are you talking about? So that he can then shoot it to blow it up. Just fucking shoot a missile at it. You have rockets on the fucking shit. I hope they fix that, man. I really hope they fix that, because it's the dumbest fucking thing ever.
Oh, no. I skipped it. Whoops. Oh, well. We know what happens. It's stupid.
It's so stupid. That and the Ada escape. Like, Ada escaping at the end of the game.
Dude, anything to do with a boat. It's like, hey, I just found a boat.
Not even the
Here's
boat.
a jet ski. I found a jet ski.
Of course, that's stupid. There's just a jet ski
like,
here.
the game,
but
why the fuck does the game end with you doing, like, a hydro racer, fucking dodge the rocks? Like, what the fuck is that?
Well, how much stuff can
Just
we fit in
end
this
the
game that's not a Resident Evil thing? That's classic. No, but Ada jumps off of a ledge to a helicopter. It's like they thought, oh, you remember Back to the Future where he jumped off building and land on DeLorean? Let's do that with helicopter. She jumps off of the fucking ledge down, and then a helicopter comes up and she's in the fucking helicopter. What? How? You literally have this character swinging around with a hook shot. Just have the helicopter there. First of all, you can have the helicopter show up, come up from below, and then she just jumps up in the helicopter and points her gun at Leon for some reason, like he's gonna leave on the helicopter. Okay, and then okay, that's how you could do it. Or if you want to do some flashy bullshit, just have the helicopter show up, and then she hook shots up to it, man.
I think the most ridiculous moment I've ever seen was Metal Gear Solid 2, actually. Remember when you're like spying on Olga, who's like out in the rain talking to her, to Lukovich, and she turns to look at the helicopter and she like waves down the helicopter, and then it zooms into the dude in the helicopter and he's like, "No, you come here." He's like a mile away. Like, what is that gesture that he makes? She's like, "Come get me." He's like, "You come to us."
But she waves him away like it's
You come
fun.
now.
I think that's supposed to be the point. Like, I think the point there is that she's like waving him off, like, you can leave now. I got everything here covered. And then he's like dismissive of her or something.
You really think that's what it is?
Well, but the animation
and the
is
hairy
not
armpits
good.
and shit.
The animation is not good on. I'll give you that 100%.
What does that mean? What are these hand signals? Wants me to go to the helicopter.
Dude, these fucking hand trimmers, god damn it. You just saw me and you immediately throw a fucking explosive. Fuck. Almost got me with that bear trap, you piece of shit. Really need to run into the merchant. We are getting low on inventory. I need to
I'm gonna buy the
attache.
striker. I thought this shotgun was gonna be good, but it's not.
No,
the riot
striker's
gun.
the best. That's something I don't like about these old school games is like there's clearly a better gun, and it's like I just prefer it if it was like kind of flavor choice. It'd be really nice if it was like
5 was kind of like
gun.
that.
Yeah. I think they should also bring back real challenges, you know, not ridiculously difficult shit all the damn
Well,
time.
they're gonna have those blue pieces of paper to give you side missions.
That'd be interesting, but I'd like to see like, oh, only save the game X amount of times and you unlock a thing. And that kind of stuff is pretty good. I don't mind that. Makes you think.
No, that's what they used to do, and they weren't even tracked or anything. It was just you do them and you get infinite ammo this or that or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like every game they change the conditions for what it takes to get a good ranking. Like sometimes
I like
it's
the
just,
systems in 7 and 8, you know, like the challenges unlock specific things. That's pretty good. Honey. Fuck 'em. Know your place, woman. Do you also get frame rate drops in this game?
no,
That poor optimization?
it's probably something the mod fixed.
Welcome. Got a lot of good things to say. I don't know what people were expecting, like they weren't going to change his voice. You think was it 2005? Even if you could get the same guy, he's not going to sound the same. He's going to sound like older. I'm selling some gold chicken eggs. What's up? And some spinels. What are you doing? Why over there? What's that? All right. Pearl pendant.
Ew.
Pearl necklace?
Okay.
Okay. Wait, why is he not selling the shit?
Did you load your cleared data?
No, I hit new game. That's the mistake, isn't it? Ah, fuck.
Shit me.
What?
Right?
Yep.
The Matilda, what a joke. Burst fire? No. So is the hand cannon better than the Killer 7 though?
Oh yeah. But the hand cannon uses its own ammo that you don't start seeing until you actually get the gun. Hand cannon maxed out, has infinite ammo, and does 99 damage per shot.
Look at that red 9.
Yeah. If you level up the default handgun all the way and get that critical chance, that critical chance also applies to your knife if you're holding that gun.
Got a selection of good things on sale.
Okay.
But the red 9 does damage. There's a lot of damage maxed out. So even though the default gun is supposed to be the popping heads gun, like the red 9 still fucking pops every head. So it's kind of pointless to me.
What are you selling?
The
Is that all
Chicago
strange?
typewriter.
Thank you.
$1 million.
Ah, I. Thank you. What are you buying? Is that all, stranger?
Save a lot of space using the striker too. Forgot about that.
Thank you. What are you buying? Is that thank you. Thank you. Is that all?
This laser gun is
Thank you.
ridiculous.
Yeah, it's fucking easy mode. And it's free.
Come back, Eddie. Time.
I wonder if the glitch still works. I think I gotta equip another weapon. It still works.
I could blow up the whole damn world with this thing.
Here's
What
some loot.
glitch?
You ready?
I'm marking.
Damn.
What? Still what glitch?
Are you still watching the stream?
No, I got shit overlaid on top of it.
So if you whip out the striker, and then go to aim, and go to your inventory before the laser shows up and switch weapons, you run like twice as fast.
Yeah.
Speedrunners do this shit. Doesn't last through loading doors though.
Wait.
Oh my. Damn.
I put together a ridiculous fucking Lochner sub build. Just shitting on people.
Oh, they're probably into it a bit.
I mean, technically all SMGs got a buff. So, yeah, I guess.
Three shots in this gun? What the fuck? It's clearly got 6 fucking shots in this cylinder.
He's a trainer.
Huh?
Get the
What?
hand cannon.
No. Well, no. Fuck. I downloaded a save that had it on it.
Oh.
Because I'm not going to fucking go through all that mercenary
No,
shit.
it's not. It's not worth it. I told you I did it one
3
time.
shots on
when
this
I
thing?
was- Yeah, but eventually it has infinite ammo.
has 6. What do you mean it eventually has infinite ammo?
When you level it up all the way, it
This
gets
hunk of
infinite.
junk. Oh,
That's
okay,
the
that's his
I don't
exclusive.
know about this, Leon.
What?
There's only one way to find out.
It's visually got 6 chambers in it. You can see it when he's got it on his back, like holding it all cool style or whatever.
Japan, am I right?
It's got 6 chambers in it.
We don't
Shoot
have
2 at a time, my
guns
dude.
in Japan.
Oh, is that what happens? Okay. Well, maybe. I mean, it's only got 1 barrel, so it's doing that.
We are not allowed to have guns in Japan.
They don't know how the fuck guns work.
It's like Bungie.
Yeah, you're right. Those fucking guns in fucking Destiny. Oh god. That's true. No bird is safe with this fucking thing. How do you increase your health? Is that just something that happens naturally, taking yellow herb?
And you gotta mix a yellow herb with a green herb and eat it.
There's yellow
Little by
herbs?
little. Yep, that's a new
Yeah.
one for this game. Because you have a health bar.
Fuck does that do?
Welcome.
It
Increases your maximum.
health. Yeah.
Got a
That's
selection
permanent,
of
right?
Good. What
Yep.
are you selling?
And you can
Yeah,
do it with
that's how
Ashley
they-
too.
Yeah, that's how they control your health
Is that
value
all, stranger?
as you go through the game. Because, again, another thing people wanted to put in all their games back then. RPG elements.
Is that? Thank you. Ah.
There's a man over there, and he's dead. What the hell does that white man have in his hand? Laser!
Need time.
Shoots a shotgun spread laser that kills everything. In
What are you
I'm
selling?
gonna start selling yellow herbs because they're just taking up inventory spaces.
Is that all? Thank you.
Looks like they don't discriminate against sex here. Me neither. I like it. Lot. Talking to me, Hunnigan. Cabron. And she said, cabron.
The game is glitched out. It's like not doing the impact effects for my weapons.
That's fun. Cow died. Unforeseen consequences. This weapon is not made for mortal. I guess you just don't trigger the chainsaw guy if you don't run into the house.
Yeah.
Jesus. La campagne. Can I blow the fucking door off?
Leon,
We have to get off the...
on, sweetheart.
Surprisingly, no blue orbs in this game.
Yeah, poisoned isn't a thing.
Good. Poison is stupid.
Yep. It's kind of pointless in Resident Evil, even the old ones, because like right any point where you would normally get poisoned, in the next room there's a blue herb in case you got poisoned.
Exactly. Well, there you go. Next. Like the serum segment makes sense. Like run and get serum to treat yourself.
Hey, Hunnigan, no glasses.
And when you fight the snake, yeah, you got to go back and get serum from the room, and you can only pick it up after you've been poisoned. That's but just regular poison is stupid. And in one shot, he got all of the fucking blue medallion.
All right, now I'm gonna sell everything and just do the fucking Chicago typewriter the whole fucking time.
What are you selling? Is that all? Thank you.
Chicago. You're right there.
Stranger? Is that all, stranger?
Shall keep the rifle. You never know.
Ah. Thank you. Ah.
Lord of the Rings, Return of the King Extended Edition, back in theaters
Thank you.
to mark
You gotta
20th
paint
anniversary.
Aragorn black.
Thank you.
I mean, why not do all of them?
Is that all,
Why just that
stranger?
one?
You gotta paint Aragorn black.
Is that all? Ah. Thank you. What are you buying?
God damn, it's been 20 years
Since what?
since that movie came out, I guess.
Yeah, man.
I'm old.
We're only halfway there. Are you kidding me? This dude threw that shit straight up. Yo.
Halfway there. I'm fat. I'll probably be dead in like 3 years.
You're starting to sound like what's his face? Squid.
George R. R. Martin's been fat his whole life, and that dude's old as fuck.
He's 37.
There's a lot of old fat people, man. It just being fat means that you're more likely to have heart problems and serious problems in your 50s and 60s as opposed to your 70s and 80s like normal people.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't mean that on your way to 50 and 60, you won't have slight complications along the way, you know. Diabetes, just bullshit you gotta live with, you know.
I'm good on the diabetes front.
So
I've had
far,
tests.
good so far.
I mean, every
Answer
test
that.
I've
Mom,
had,
do you
they
want
said
some
that-
diabetes? No, I'm good on that.
Oh, like whenever they take blood tests, I always ask them, like, how's my A1C? And they're like, you're good.
You trust
And
these
then
people?
one day it won't be. And then one day it won't be, my dude. And be like, you're pre-diabetic. Oh, well, I'm not going to do anything about it now.
I like cookies.
I'll totally do something about it. Fucking keeps eating. Trust me, been there, done that. I mean,
I
I'm
don't
not,
really eat sweets.
I know
that
people who
often.
are, and they ain't done shit. And you get diabetes and you're like, fuck it, I already got it. Fuck it. And then you lose a leg. Foot. You know.
If I wasn't using it, you don't need feet for gaming.
You know how my uncle died?
Diabetes.
So I had an uncle that was pretty, swell guy. I never met my grandfather, but my uncle was very, very stubborn type. And it might have something to do with his wife dying a year earlier, but he had diabetes, and his foot went gangrene, like a toe or something like that. And they needed to cut his foot off, and he said nah, and he died.
I'd rather die than lose my foot. Okay.
I ain't letting him
Your
take my
terms
foot.
are acceptable.
I ain't letting him take my foot. Well, I mean, you gonna die. I don't believe it. Yeah, right. I don't think he intended to die. I just don't think he cared. Well, if I die, I die.
Best thing about having infinite ammo weapons is that you don't need to use the knife anymore, ever, for anything. Completely out of the equation.
Best thing about a nuclear fucking launch code in my arm is murder everybody. Oh, look, I killed a guy from across the room accidentally. Hey, this guy was on the other side of the map. Now he's dead. Oh look, I got a cat's eye from a fucking bird nest. I didn't know that was in there.
I think it's funny how there's a lot of guns in this game that Leon shoots from the hip for no fucking reason, like the TMP and the Striker. But then you get the Tommy gun. He's like, "No, man, I'm gonna shoulder that shit." Like the one gun that would be pretty cool.
One gun. Yeah.
He doesn't even shoulder it right. Like he's got the stock in his armpit.
Oh no.
At least it's not like Seagal.
Up over the shoulder.
Over the shoulder. It's a rocket launcher.
Why does he do that?
Cause Japan.
He holds it so weird, man.
It's because he doesn't know how to fuck. He's never fired a gun in his life, probably. He has no idea how
He
to
was a Navy SEAL. Dude, I'm over here blowing up fucking cabinets and shit. Hope y'all didn't need this furniture. I tell you one thing this game gets wrong. And I don't know if maybe this was an addition to like the GameCube version or something. But like the saving in between chapters, right after a fucking, every time you go,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is an addition
it has
for the
to be,
PC
right?
release for all the nubs.
Because there's always a fucking typewriter before and after these fucking chapters, man. This way, stranger. I'm just selling some stuff, you know.
You know, you got to think that like against any relatively professional military force, they'd have automatic weapons. And as soon as you get the Chicago typewriter, like, it's fucking over. You're untouchable. So how good can this parasite really be? You know? I'm just saying.
It ain't that good.
Same thing with, like, Time Crisis. They had all this technology and shit. It's like, I got a pistol with infinite ammo.
Oh. Yeah, I really like the idea of. I know they're gonna do like attaché case, like charms or whatever to determine what your special thing is. But I really like the idea of unlocking unlimited ammo per weapon. I think that's a nice concept.
Yep. 5. Another thing 5 is superior at. Resident Evil 6, it was like some kind of perk that you added to the gun, and guns only had 3 perk slots or something. Like it would give you.
I think 5 did a really good job at punching boulders better than all the other ones.
Yeah.
It really.
What kind of ammo does the SMG, huh? SMG ammo for the. Well, it gets infinite ammo, so who fucking cares?
Yeah.
I remember my first time playing through that shit, and I got to that scene, and I was like, what the fuck am I doing? It's so dumb. Push button, punch boulder. Don't push the wrong button, though.
I mean, at that point, you've just crashed a giant bioweapon monster Wesker into a volcano and lived. And he's chasing you down slowly going, crash! Like a fucking nerd. Because his voice actor's a libtard.
Who's also a loser. Throwing that out.
It's the old Geico guy before he had started talking shit about Freedom Works and got fired.
Well, he's an idiot.
Yeah. He's also a likely
and
pedophile.
defecates next to Hillary Clinton in
More than
theater
like-
while watching Some Like It Hot.
What?
I don't know. I'm assuming this is satire.
I can blow up the whole damn world with this thing. Well, he really likes it when I buy stuff like the Chicago typewriter.
Oh, yeah, he does.
That makes my dick hard. What? Yeah, honestly.
Didn't think I had one,
Okay.
did you, stranger?
Oh, I got one. It's big. Okay, maybe not. But it's there.
Yeah. California judge rules citizens have a right to buy state-of-the-art handguns. Overturns law prohibiting new models from being sold. Now fuck them. Their shitty fucking law. Overturn that shit, judge. You do you. Yeah. Yeah, new guns for everybody.
New guns for everybody, motherfucker. According to the
What
law,
kind of law
of
would
the
that be?
United
You can buy a gun, but only if it's old. What?
Well, you see, they're all retarded.
No, that gun's too new. You can't buy that. That's too new. It's too state of the art.
They've increased a lot of the safety features. That don't matter.
It don't
fucking
matter. Use this fucking old Glock clone that doesn't have proper safety features. Why everyone's using fucking high points in California. Shooting themselves in the fucking legs and shit. Hold up, let me get my cast iron side piece.
Ugh.
Made from recycled skillet. My brother fucking 3D printed a lower for a high point. Like, you can't get any more cheap than that.
Why would you 3D print that?
Well, because the lower is the, you know, the part with the serial number. So he's got this cheap 3D printed plastic fucking lower. And then, like, the fucking cast iron fucking slide. So things just top heavy as fuck. It just feels weird to hold. Man. Of
You
all
know,
the
this
fucking...
fedora thing is definitely some Michael Jackson bullshit.
Yep, because if you
Fucking
reload
cringe-ass
3
developers.
times on the 4th time.
I know
you-
the 4th time he does a Michael Jackson thing. Like, what a fucking... What is wrong with these fucking Japanese people? Ugh, like a Michael Jackson. What?
And after you've unlocked
Shimon?
these costumes, you finally get to do what you've wanted to do since the beginning and just shoot the fuck out of Ashley Graham.
Everyone dies!
I have infinite ammo for this gun, and Ashley can't die, so...
Just gonna
Ashley, come here, let me bounce some
through.
bullets off your face.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you guys want to try to exist over there on the other side of the map? Well, what's the line from fucking Home Alone? My Tommy gun!
Well, that's the mask.
Quick shot Tommy gun.
No, it's the it's like Home Alone 2. No, it's the first one, isn't it? Sorry, the first
It's
one or
the
the second
mask.
one? It's the second one.
It's the mask with the balloon animals. Tommy gun.
Tommy gun.
He like records the TV, Angels with Filthy Soul.
Yeah, but they don't say that line in that movie. Different Tommy gun.
Yeah, he does, right?
Nope.
Hold on. Yeah, that's the one right there.
God damn it, I keep reloading and it just does the stupid shit.
And I was just watching TV and plays it, huh? I know it was you. I could smell you getting off the elevator.
What the fuck?
You was here and you was smooching with my brother. Tim Carey is so good. Don't give me that. You've been smooching with everybody. Little Mo with the gimpy leg.
That's not Jim Carrey. What are you talking about?
Tim Carey, I said. Or Tim Curry, sorry.
He's still around?
He's stroked
he's
out.
in a permanent stroked out state, but yeah.
Yeah, I believe you. But my Tommy gun doesn't. Get down on your knees and tell me you love me.
Merry Christmas, you filthy animal.
Maybe I'm off my hinges, but I believe you. That's why I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna give you to the counter tree. Yeah, that's Home Depot. My Tommy gun don't believe you. I mean, I didn't say the whole line, but
Feeble human. Now.
Yeah, right.
I don't remember a lot of quotes from The Mask.
Yeah, neither do
This
I.
guy is throwing dynamite from across the map, dude. What the fuck? Is that all of them? The music's still going.
What are you selling? Is that all?
I don't think this ends, does it? This is forever people coming in.
Thank you. Is that all?
Forever
Thank
hammer
you.
sexual.
Ah. Thank you. Is that all? Ah. Thank you. What are you buying?
Now, this Tommy gun just one-shots people, bro.
Yeah, it's full auto and does the same amount of damage as 10 handgun bullets.
10 handgun bullets?
Yeah, default handgun is 1 damage. It's one damage per bullet.
Hot damage.
So
One
the
unit of
Chicago
damage.
typewriter does 10. Red 9 does 6.5 all the way leveled up. Hand cannon does 99.
The fuck? What the fucking... Oh no, you motherfucker.
You what?
You
Hoo-ha.
motherfucker.
Mother mucker. Who's a
Where y'all coming from? Infinite spawn bullshit. Oh, no. I make a mistake.
I make a mistake. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Salami swami.
Assalamu alaikum. Wassalamualaikum salam alaikum.
Lama ding dong. Ding dong.
Assalamu alaikum. Wassalam.
Assalamu
Is this how you fake being Muslim when you're visiting Malaysia?
Yeah, I mean, you know, you don't really say assalamu alaikum. You say
I'll have a salami sandwich.
people
There's
say
pork.
like
Can't do that.
salam or salami.
Beef salami.
Chicago typewriter ammo. What the fuck?
Wrong.
Really?
Nope. It's not.
What? Why is this? Well, I mean, it's on the ground here. What the fuck? Is that a bug?
Eat the beef bug.
Have you ever seen that?
No, it's probably something to do with your save.
It's like a purple box, 45 caliber. Chicago typewriter ammo. Okay, dude. Y'all crazy.
45 is just pistol ammo.
Maybe it's because I'm using a 1.6 version of the game. Maybe something that, oh, I only have one fucking half. They would. I'm gonna go to the other side. At least I killed everybody in the whole planet. Yeah, over there they'll say salam alaikum. They won't say
Yeah, but how do you get away with it?
You just respond with, you know.
Like a salam.
Yeah, but
or
don't you
some
have to
shit.
pray a bunch of times a
Wassalam is
day?
like a Wassalam is like
there's like a
kind of
response to
casual
it.
greeting.
Salam alaikum. Salam
So
alaikum,
you wouldn't
or some
use
shit.
that.
Salam. Whatever.
No, you don't really have to pray every day. That's like a personal choice. Not a lot of people over there do it, but usually it's like the older people. You know, people who have had their midlife crises and have decided they want to pray more. Now, Malaysia's a very kind of like Christianity in America today. You know, it's very a lot of people that are Christians are just very casual about it. Like they don't go to mosque a lot.
So, like, they're not going to
they've
chop your
done-
hands off when they find out that you're
Well,
not really Muslim.
They've done Mecca and shit like that. Well, see, I'm not a citizen of Malaysia, and neither is my wife, so they don't have any power over there anymore. Although they would certainly try. but we have like embassy protection now, so it would be rough for them to try to do something like, not her parents, but the religious authorities. In Malay, I mean, it's not super cash, you know. I mean, her family's casual like that. Like, they don't expect you to pray, and that's true for a lot of people over there. Like, a lot of people over there take it casual, but there's the religious authorities who they don't take it lightly. Like, if you are an apostate and you used to be a Muslim, especially, and you're a citizen over there of that country, like they have the right to force you to go into a recorrection camp, you know, to try to convince you that Islam is still the way. And they get to decide when you leave, which is probably when you say, I'm still a Muslim. That's why it's bullshit when Muslims tell you shit like, it's the fastest growing religion. Yeah, because no one's allowed to leave. It's a fucking cult.
Kind of defeats the whole purpose.
Yeah, I mean, they're out here boasting about nothing. Oh my God, isn't it great? No, a lot of people don't want to have it. No, that's not true. Nobody leaves Islam. They love it. It's perfect. Yeah, I don't believe you. I think it's the opposite.
They want them 27 virgins or whatever. I'll be good, I swear. Yeah, whatever.
72.
What does it matter at that point? How many can really get on top of you at once?
That's a good line I used against my wife back in the day when she was Muslim. I was like, so, you know, if I am a Muslim and I die and I get my 72 virgins, what happens to you? You get your virginity back? Which, of course, is implying that she becomes one of those virgins. Because where the fuck are you getting these virgins from? Every guy's got 72 fucking virgins? That's a lot of fucking virgins, man. I don't know about you, but the current Earth population of Earth is like 52% women, or some shit like that. So, like, they outnumber men, but not to that fucking ratio of 79 fucking women per man. That just don't exist, bro. These fish.
And that's, you know, just the non-virgins.
You got some ones and twos in there for sure.
Yeah, that's another issue. Like, are they all attractive? They're just virgins? What do you get, 72 fucks and then it's over? Like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, is it all at the same time or is it like one at a time? Or do you just get to pick? Like, they just hang around and you get to pick.
No, girls, not today. We will not have foursome today. I want to save some of you. Well, the way it works is
what do you do after you fuck them?
Well, I have one virgin.
You're not the virgin anymore, so...
I have one virgin, and then I wait, maybe like, I have sex with her multiple times until I feel like she has lost value.
Stretch her out.
And then I go to next virgin, and maybe I have threesome or something with... It's like, dude, this is a religion that's entire predication, by the way, is modest, supposedly. Like, what's the word Islam means submission to God, and the whole point of being a Muslim is to live, it's very similar to most religions, right? Try to be like God. Try to be, you know, clean. You're not allowed to you're not supposed to have tattoos. Why? Well, because your body's a temple and it needs to be clean, right? Promiscuous sex is not really something that's really promoted in Islam. In fact, as most religions, it's considered haram. Sex in marriage, and not necessarily just to procreate, but you shouldn't be having like constant sex all the time. But then the reward is fucking in heaven all the time. And they'll try to spin it. You know, you'll get these imams and stuff that try to spin, oh no, it's not a sexual thing. What the fuck do you mean it's not a sexual thing?
But
man?
could it be potentially? Like, because if yes, then yes, it is. Exactly what it is.
Of course it's fucking sexual. Why would their virginity matter? Oh, it's cleanliness. What? You're in heaven, bro. You're not in your physical form anymore. Should she have hymen so she is clean? Closer to God because she still have hymen. It's like some weird thing that stuck that should have never stuck. I want 2 virgins. Yeah, what? I want 3. Actually, 5. 10. How many virgins? That's 100 virgins. 100 is too much. Okay, how about 70? 72, 75, 70, 71, 76, 70, 74, 70, 72. We'll settle on 72 virgin.
You know, the Middle East is the fucking home of bargaining.
It's like bargaining for what you get in heaven. Just say you get whatever you want in heaven. Why the fuck is it so specific? Like, Christians figured that out before Islam even existed. There's no promises of specific things in heaven. Just, you know, stuff that you would expect. Like, oh, geez, no pain and suffering. You know, normal shit. What do you not want? 0 pain and suffering. That easy. All right, that makes sense. No more sadness or depression. Perfect. Yep. I mean, they promise you in heaven that you will sit next to Jesus or, you know, God, whatever. Everybody? How big is this? How big
Not
is,
everyone.
how big is the
'Cause,
table?
You know, hell.
Yeah, but like everybody that goes to heaven, how big's the table?
It doesn't have to be right next to him. I mean, you know, maybe it's like.
I mean, well, why can't it be right next to him? Maybe that's what you want. Nah, I mean, I'm obviously shooting the shit, but like, I think honestly, I've said this several times. I think heaven would probably be, if heaven exists, it has to be a personal heaven, because if my idea of heaven is, of course, there's the whole concept of like you don't get to choose what heaven is. Heaven is just this thing. It's a place, and everybody who's good and died goes there. But it's like, is it heaven for me if my wife's not there? What if she dies and goes to hell? That's not heaven for me. This is not great. I don't enjoy. Some people would.
There's
probably
no pain and
rather...
suffering, remember? So you wouldn't feel shit that your wife isn't there.
Sure I would. That's a ridiculous thing to say, that just because there's no pain and suffering that I wouldn't feel anything about my wife not being there. I think conceptually the idea is pretty obvious that there's no pain and suffering in terms of health related issue, right? It's not going to be like, it's not going to be.
Supposedly it's no pain and suffering of any kind. Only good things.
It doesn't make any sense
right,
that
that exactly.
Well, I'm just saying
it's unfathomable.
It doesn't make any sense that we're just going to take away your empathy and feelings and shit like that in heaven. Like, why would you do that? That doesn't make any sense. But I was talking about it with people, with my wife, and I was like, I think it'd have to be a personal heaven because, you know, my idea of heaven would be having my wife there, but maybe that's not her idea of heaven. Maybe her idea of heaven would be
different. Yeah, so you'd be like,
heaven,
you'd be what, living with an AI, basically, that's pretending to be your wife, and you have to live with that knowledge? Yeah, that sounds...
No, I'm saying like my idea of heaven would be like, okay, it's me and my wife, and throughout the day I get like blowjobs and sex, you know. Yeah, because barring the spiritual concept, this would be like just what you would consider to be the best thing. And then like some video games and hanging out and whatever, right? Okay. If it's not that, then why the fuck would I want to go? Like, it's this old concept of like spiritual heaven, of like just peace and whatever. Like, whatever, man. Like, why not just accept permanent
Because the whole
rest?
idea is that in order to get there, you won't want any of those things anymore. It's all about yourself. Oh, I would just want to fuck and own all this shit and play video games all day. But like, if that's the person you are, then you're not gonna get there, or you'll go to purgatory.
What else would you get, and why would you care? Like, why would you want heaven if it's just what? Sitting around doing nothing? A constant life of what? Groveling and
I don't know.
just existing?
That's why I like
It
Buddhism.
doesn't make sense.
The whole reincarnation thing. That's kind of cool. Right?
I think that if there's a heaven, it's personal. And like, my wife is there, but it's not actually my wife. It's like, you know, it's all mostly in
It's
your
not 90-year-old
in your head
wife.
or something. I mean, it's whatever age you want.
18-year-old
I mean,
wife.
you would be what I think it would be a mental thing based off. I mean, if the idea of religious heaven exists, I think it would be kind of a mental thing where like you would immediately perceive yourself as like in your prime or something, however you were most acceptable, like what you enjoy, like the point that you enjoyed the most about yourself in terms of visual looks. Like, you wouldn't even have to think about it. Just boom. Like, because if we're talking about religious, so, you know, God would know your mind and all this shit so that he'd understand what you desire. And why not let you have it that way? Why not? If you were a good person, yeah, take the reward. Even if the reward is selfish, whatever. Who cares? Why not? My comments on the Muslim thing is just like, I think it's humorous that they pride themselves so much in being modest, like with the hijab and all this stuff, things you don't see in prior religions to it necessarily. And then they're out here just talking about virgins in heaven. I mean, if you're a Muslim, you have to believe that it has something to do with sex in the afterlife. I think, it'd be more of you wouldn't know that it's not your wife. Obviously, I'm just talking conceptually right now, but you'd go there and think, oh, it's my wife. And you'd be doing all these things.
So your heaven
together.
is just basically being plugged into a simulation.
Right.
It's basically the Matrix.
I don't think that's far-fetched, though, because, you know, we always think of God as some kind of mystical, magical being, and we call it magic. But, I mean, scientists have talked about this. What is magic to you? Just stuff that you can't explain? I mean, if you go back in time with a lighter, being able to produce fire at your fingertip with a lighter is magical to them. So you could say it's the same for us when it comes to God. That's what God would be, right? Something we can't understand. Like, you can't fathom the mind of a God.
Yeah, that's kind of why faith is important, because there's going to be times when you're like, I don't know. I don't have the answers. That's why these debates between like Dinesh D'Souza and whoever never pan out. And it just ends up with Dinesh D'Souza going, well, the Bible. Like, that's the whole point. If you could prove it, no one would need faith.
Right. That's why religious people should stop trying to prove it. Like, you're not going to win more people over with it. I think, like, kind of like the conversation we had, that you could processize the people, but processize the right concepts. Don't try to marry science and religion together desperately to try and prove that it exists.
I think it's like basically trying to explain to
ideal
someone how to use a computer, right? It's like, well, here's your mouse and your keyboard, right? What's really going on? It's all these fucking resistors and capacitors and logic switches and shit.
But you don't need to know those kind of things.
Right, so that's when you get
use the
rules,
computer.
right? And it's just like, yeah, don't kill, don't steal. It's like, yeah, there's a reason for that. You can't possibly understand it, but here's the instruction manual. Just do this. Trust me.
Yeah, on that, I think we agree.
But the thing is, most people, they just don't even bother touching the computer, right? Like, yeah, it doesn't work. Or if the people who did touch the computer, it's very real.
Yeah.
And it works. Well, unless I built it. This thing isn't posting.
What? Why is it not posting? I mean, I've never had a computer not post. So that.
The only one was the streaming computer. And that was because the CMOS chip was dead. This is the dumbest fucking puzzle. Hit 3 a bunch of times and then hit 4 a bunch of times.
But I mean, if I was to give my opinion of what I think actually happens when you die, I would give an answer of what, and my answer would be based off of more like what I would like to happen. What to me makes more sense. Whether or not religious people have it right is irrelevant to their faith, of course. And I would kind of say that, like,
did I miss a room?
They're not necessarily wrong just because it's not exactly as they say it is. Because again, I think the Bible has a lot of metaphorical things going on in it.
Yeah, well, again, you know, the difference between Protestants and Catholics. Protestants would just say, if it's on the Bible, then whatever. And they're much more like, I got the Bible and I got Jesus and that's all I need. And I can do whatever I want. But Catholic Church believes that other shit has been revealed outside of the Bible. That's why it's a little bit more strict. That's why you get the different interpretations and all that.
I mean, yeah. But
they're gonna put these fucking blue things throughout the entire game. You know that? How much
What, the
ammo we're gonna
medallions?
waste? Yeah.
Possibly. Well, maybe they won't. Maybe they won't change it too much. Just to finish what I was saying, though, like, I think religion does have it right, but I think it's not as, I think too many people take it to be, you know, one-to-one type concept where they're out here assuming that it's, you know, it's literal, like how we talked about with the firmament, right? There's people out here, oh yeah, the earth is flat because it says that in the Bible. I mean, most flat earthers they believe in it because the Bible talks about things like the firmament and shit like.
Well, they also, not only do they not understand, like, religion, like or God, like anyone wouldn't, but they don't understand, like, basic science, right? They're like, how come the sun goes across the sky and it just looks like it's going across the sky?
Yeah, because you're limited.
No matter how high up I go, it always looks flat.
Correct. Yeah, I think it's some dimensional shit. I think it's another one of those situations where, like a lot of stuff, it's already been solved. You know? It's already been figured out. And I think it has something to do with some kind of extra dimensional shit. I think crossing over, you know, look, and we're just like kind of, it's another one of them things where the answer's already there and people are looking for the answer and they're just finding different ways to the answer with, like, the DMT stuff, you know. I don't think it's a coincidence that people are seeing the same shit whenever they trip balls on DMT.
Sure, but is it the new agey shit and you're actually going to a different dimension, or is it you just being tricked?
What do you mean tricked?
Like, if you assume, right, that there actually is a Constantine style good versus evil invisible war happening,
Well, I don't.
Well, if you did, that's kind of the perspective that especially people on the left miss out and completely just don't get. Like all that shit is apparently the result of sinning. All of it, because it's all selfish stuff and people are I'm trying to work on myself. I'm just going to worship myself. It's all about me.
Well,
The
I mean,
devil loves
again,
that
I
shit.
think I know with like the whole Catholic thing, you know, it's, well, all religions, if you're subscribed to it, is really a thing where they expect you to believe in it literally. But I think a lot of that stuff is still metaphorical and lesson learning type shit.
Maybe.
I don't think.
But then how do you explain like...
So, well, you get people like Sam Harris who say things like, well, how can God be all powerful and all knowing, and then these things happen to children? And people try to explain that, oh, well, Satan. But I disagree. I don't think
No,
Satan's
it's
a
not.
real thing.
Thank you.
I don't.
It's the
I
result
think,
of free will. Like you, in order to have free will, you have to be able to choose to not do good things. Not good.
yeah, but he's talking specifically
evil.
about. He's talking specifically about like children being born with diseases, children born with AIDS and shit like that, and like.
Well, that would be like you don't understand the whole. You don't see the big picture.
Now you could make the argument
There-
that
You,
those
you could
children
just say
have
that
these
there's
things.
a greater good that's going to come out of that, even if you don't understand it.
Well, yeah, that's a religious argument that people love to make.
Yeah, well, that's
God
why you
works in
shouldn't fucking
mysterious
argue
ways.
with, like, there should not be debates. I mean, they can be fun to listen to, but they always end the same way.
Well, I think
Well, you can't
discussion's
prove
okay.
that. Like, yeah, I can.
Yeah, of course. That's a dumb argument to make from either side, honestly. But what I'm saying is, like, this is just my perspective on it as an agnostic. I get that it's going to clash with people who, you know, take the religion as literal, or not even necessarily just literal in all aspects, but, you know,
What are you
there's
selling?
certain things that they have, you know, interpretations they have, I should say, because that's what it is. It's
What
just
are you selling?
overall mostly interpretations differing for each person. But
It goes into Peterstein.
I think that's a kind of a weak argument from
Well, see, that's the thing
atheists.
well,
The
I don't
atheists
think it
have
can
this
be.
argument
It's
and
like
they think
anything
really
else.
strong.
There is something that is the case. Outside, no matter how, like, we're all viewing the universe as subjective, but there is still objective reality.
Yeah, of course. But I think atheists, you know, they typically think that it's a good gotcha. Like,
Right, but
oh,
that's where
yeah.
the whole, oh yeah, as long as you believe in something, it's like, no, it does matter what, too. The substance does, there is an objective reality. There is a right and a wrong answer. Like, you gotta pick one.
Sure, but that's up to interpretation. Like, which religion do you like better?
Well, it's not about what you like. It's about what you think is right.
Yeah, aka what you like better. You're not gonna pick something that you don't like. That's why would you? You're not a Muslim.
I could go be a fucking
You're not a Muslim because you have
evangelical and go to
disproved-
like fucking rock concert every Sunday. That'd be
yeah,
a lot
but
more
you're
fun.
not a Muslim because you've disproved Islam in your mind. Because again, you can't do that. You're not a Muslim because you don't like some of their values or some of their outlook on certain aspects of shit.
Well, it's not just an outlook. It just doesn't make sense. Like, why would you have to be violent to be a full Islam?
Well, there's
Full
violence
Muslim.
in Christianities, in the Bible and shit like that. There's plenty of that.
Well, yeah, but you're not required to be violent. It's the
We're
opposite.
not required to be violent in Islam either. It's just people are interpreting it that way. There's plenty of people that don't go along with that kind of shit.
Yeah,
You know,
well,
you
according
hear
to
today, you hear
the
moderates,
up here, what are they called? The priests.
imams.
Yeah. According
Well,
to
not
them,
all
you're
of
not
them.
a
There's
full
plenty
Muslim.
of revisionists and shit that are saying that we need to do like Christianity and move away from the violent aspects of Islam, just like there were
Well, the
violent
only reason
aspects of
there's only
Christianity.
the
and all
only
that
reason
shit.
there was violent aspects is because of Islam.
Well, yes and no. I mean, there were certainly some shit going on against Jews. I mean, we have this weird, really skewed perception of Jews today, like they're weak and feeble people, when that's not the case at all. Like, the Jewish people were, you know, of course in the Bible, the poor Jews, they had to escape from Egypt and all this stuff that doesn't really have a big record of that happening. That's probably one of those co-opted things that, I mean, of course, if you're a Christian, you're reading the Old Testament, but the New Testament is the important shit. The Old Testament's just kind of there as a history of the world thing, so they didn't have to write their own shit, and it's a little bit of respect for what came before. But, you know,
I mean, there are some things that still apply, like 10 Commandments still apply.
Of course, yeah, of course. But the Old Testament is written for Jews mostly, to some degree, and of course they're the feeble people in the book, so that they can be the people that inherit the earth later on, you know. I mean, it's silly because there is record of Jesus and things like that, but there's no record of Jews in Egypt or anything like that. That's a little contested, but they play themselves out throughout history.
Also
to be,
I guess we kind of can't figure out how long ago it was, but.
Well, they play themselves out to be these victims all the fucking time and everything. And it's just obviously not true, because there were obviously Jewish people, and there were Jewish leaders and Jewish rule, and things like Jerusalem exchanged hands, not just between Catholics and Muslims over time, but before that, between Christians and Jews. There was a time period where Islam didn't exist, but there was still shit happening between Christians and Jews. But, and you know, of course, because Jews were.
Well, it was really just the 400 years or so after Jesus.
Yeah,
that's when Islam happened. Was like what, 400 something AD?
I think it was 600, but or 4, somewhere between 4 and 6. But it wasn't just peace for 400 years. You know, you had the Romans and the shit that they were doing.
Well,
and
no,
of course
they kind of killed
it.
Jesus.
Yeah,
it takes a couple centuries to get over something. Like
yeah, I know. I'm not blaming the Christians for it, but this viewpoint of the Jewish people being just super fucking chill throughout history. I mean, that's the view, the narrative and the visual we have. And of course, if you say this stuff, it's anti-Semitic.
Everyone,
but we have this narrative in modern America that Jewish
people
are like, throughout history and even now, are so meager. And they were just victims all the time. And the poor Jews, they did nothing wrong ever. It's like, I'm not agreeing with Hitler saying that the Holocaust should have happened, but can we stop with the whole poor Jews bullshit? Like, they fucking had armies. They fought wars in the name of their shit. But I like the idea of the afterlife being like the DMT type shit, you know, it's extra dimensional. The idea that we just keep going up in dimension. You know, and to, you know, the whole concept of God and stuff like that is to be more God-like, to be more like God, because you need to prepare yourself for moving into the fourth dimension where for you it will feel like being a god, but of course there's dimensions above you that are even further beyond, and it's steps and steps and steps till you reach what you might consider perfect existence. You know, at that point physical things don't mean shit, right? Like it means nothing. Sex and all these things, they mean nothing once you start hitting these higher planes of existence. I'm not saying you become a god, but you hit these layers. And if you were to take a human, for example, and just throw them on layer 7, they'd just lose their fucking minds, right? Like, it's kind of like trying to perceive something that you can't possibly fathom. What does that do to a human mind? Human minds are pretty frail, you know? Some people can handle it, but some people can't. Seeing, like, fucked up shit, or you look at people experiencing, like, trips on acid or whatever, they freak out. They can't handle it sometimes. People get anxiety over just the dumbest shit. I know, I'm one of them. But like, that's kind of my, not necessarily a theory based on anything other than like, you know, some religious writings, some idea of religious writings that I've read and in a way that I interpret it. I mean, it's not the strongest viewpoint, but it's hard. It's hard to.
Oh, it's the ultimate appeal to authority. Not you, but like, you know.
Well, what I mean by that is like it's difficult to imagine an afterlife. To imagine that you don't just go in the ground and rot away. It's a nice thought that you continue on somehow. So, in the grand scheme of things, for the most part, for me, it's just like, I like the idea that there's something afterwards. And so, you know, because of that, I want to have an idea of what that might be. So I posit this thing that isn't even necessarily something that I might agree with. You know, it's not something where I'm like, oh, this is what I want. I think like a higher dimension thing would be probably not the ideal existence for some gamer nerd like me who likes the physical pleasures of the 3D, the third dimension that we live in, right? It's like the singularity, yeah? Like, you know it's good for humanity to some degree. Like, yeah, you won't die anymore. You won't have to worry about cancer or pain and suffering and all these things. But at the same time, it's a little bit of hive mind, right? It's a little beyond the... It's not the ideal existence. We'd all love to be like immortal forever, and at the same time...
Yeah, so we believe the same thing, except I think that's just the next one we go to.
Yeah.
Fuck all the stepping up through shit.
I mean, that's just my personal belief based off of...
Look, I'm not one of these people who are really going to stick to my guns and be like, no, this is how it is because church said so. Like,
of course.
I could be wrong.
Leon,
I just
it's been 6
don't think so.
Of course, but we do know there are other dimensions, so you have to ask yourself as a religious person, why would God put those there? Why would these other dimensions exist? Mathematically, they exist.
We can't even fucking see like 90% of the universe. It's all dark matter. Like, we are so fucking stupid when it comes to the fabric of how everything just is.
Right. Now, is that a byproduct of God creating something?
Well, it didn't just snap. It's not just an illusion. It's real. So it's got to be made. So like, it all has to work. It has to, because it does.
Right, of course. But an all-powerful being would be able to create things any way he wanted to. So that's kind of where my theory on that comes from, is that it's not just there because God is limited to how he can create things. Like, he doesn't have to create gravity in order for gravity to exist in its current form. Like, it's not something where he has to... What I mean by that is, like, it's not like... I don't think it's like code. I mean, certainly you could believe this. Like, oh, it's like writing code, and he has to... You know, there's limitations that he has to obey some form of physics that even God has to obey. But... the concept the concept of it, yeah, well, that's the fun, is trying to figure it out. The concept of a God, of course, is that he doesn't have to obey any kind of, and this is where the metaphysical argument bullshit comes from all the goddamn time, where people are like, religious people are like, yeah, but who created God? It's like, no one, because a God would not be created by someone. That's the concept of it. You know, it's not just some shit where it's like, oh, well, he's like a little bit better than us, so he's a god to us. Like how we humans love to talk in this fucking terminology, like, well, to the AI, we are their gods. Why? Because we created them. No, that's stupid. You create a baby, but you're not the god of the baby when you have, sex with a partner and make a fucking kid. So just because we make AI doesn't make us their gods. It makes us their creators, but not in the same sense of like you would call God a creator. A god is like a being that is unfathomably powerful and has created the fabric of the universe. The fabric, of course, being the code itself. So the idea that he would have to obey some kind of arbitrary physics as well when creating the universe, and therefore that's why we have other dimensions, so that these things layer on top of each other and all work cohesively in his grand design. That's kind of against the concept of what a god is, right? Like, he should be able to create whatever out of nothing without any rule sets being applied to himself. So therefore, that's why I posit that extra dimensions have a purpose, a point, beyond just supplying some kind of physical thing for this existence in some kind of background. Yeah, we can't see infrared, but we can measure it and we can use it despite not being able to see it. So imagine if you could see infrared. It might be blinding. It might be difficult to see if you could see infrared, right? I mean, isn't it some shit like if we could see certain wavelengths, it would change our perspective of the world in terms of colors and just visual. It's just kind of like trippy DMT type shit, right? Where it's like kaleidoscope vision or some shit. I'm pretty sure I heard somebody said that shit. Well, it'd be disorienting for us in a third dimension being. Did not know that if you stand at the end of the dock and shoot the fish, you get eaten.
Yeah. You just did that on your own?
Yeah. I forgot. I didn't know. I've never stood there and shot.
You don't like that?
I'll do it from all the way back here. What now?
Who is taking the time to keep all these fucking candles lit?
Right? In the caves? In Resident Evil 1, I thought the same thing in the caves. Like, what the fuck? Why are there
When
candles
Lisa
here?
isn't fucking smashing Jill's head open, she's lighting candles for hours on end.
What are you buying? What are you selling? Is that all? Thank you. Is that... Thank you. Is that all Thank you. Thank you. Is that... Is that... Is that all? Thank you. Is that... Is that all? Is that... Thank you.
You serious? What is this turn speed, bro?
I will take that free pistol and then sell that free pistol right back to you.
Thank
He's so close and I'm moving so slow. I'm fucking eating, bro. What a shit boss fight. Like, at some point, if you don't kill him, you're just fucking dead, bro.
Which one?
The fucking fish. Gay harpoon fish.
Yep.
Force me to use a fucking... This is what sucks about this game. Forcing you to use stuff that's not your fucking weapon. I think that's all I can take of Resident Evil 4 original. right there, that spot. That's what's gonna do it.
Best game ever.
I mean, I didn't even finish it. When we played last time, I didn't even I thought I had finished this game. I had never finished it. I was just on the island and had stopped before the Krauser fight. Like, fucking stupid. You know what? That's the issue, right? That's
every part of this game sucks.
All these fucking people that like this game, they're like fucking smitten with Leon with his fucking 90s kid gamer haircut. Fucking Leon, man. He's great. He's not really. You know what it is? It's literally the camera. That's my theory. It's literally
this is the first game to do the camera the way it is.
I know, and people are like, well, it's the first game ever in gaming to do camera over the shoulder camera, so we owe something to it. Like, first of all, okay, that's not how the industry works. No, it's not true, because the industry doesn't work that way. What you'll notice is that when a game comes out, there's like things going on in the game, and then another game will come out a couple weeks later and there's similar shit happening. That's because the industry knows, people know what's happening in other games because they're friends with some of these developers, and they'll go around and they'll talk to people, or they'll talk about shit that's going on in other games. And it's like, there's a level of like innovation that happens kind of across the board. The third person over the shoulder thing, it's not like Resident Evil 4 came out and then there was like fucking years went by before the next third person over the shoulder game came out. And it's like, yeah, well, we played Resident Evil 4 and hot damn, or the sales of Resident Evil 4, hot damn. No, it takes years to make a video game. You're not gonna just be halfway through a video game or a third of the way and be like, we need to really change our camera to over the shoulder because this Resident Evil game was fucking popping. Nah, they didn't.
Every Resident Evil game has gone through like a bunch of iterations. You know, the fucking the Hookman demo you were talking about? That's the original version of Resident Evil 4. And it has normal fixed cameras.
Well, yeah, sure.
Resident Evil 2, they spent 2 years on Resident Evil 1.5 and then wiped it all out and started from scratch and did
I'm talking about
what we know as Resident Evil 2
came out after Resident
9 months.
Evil 4. Like other games that use third-person cameras. There were games that came out in the same year that used third-person camera after Resident Evil 4 came out. It's this idea that
doesn't matter.
Yeah, they did it
shouldn't
first.
Be in a
they got
Resident
theirs
Evil
out
game anyway.
first. Yeah, sure, but I'm just saying. I think the reason why people like this game, though, is because the first 3 Resident Evils before this was fucking fixed camera. Well, more than 3, but it was fixed camera shit. And then this one comes out, and people are like, it's like the version that normies could finally play, right? Like, it's not as scary because there's not, you know, you get something that's, you going back and playing Resident Evil 1, there was a lot of times in that game where you'd be like, I can't see what's around that corner. You know, you walk up a staircase and the camera's fixed, so you don't know if there's a zombie just sitting there right on the other side of that corner. And that's the scary part. It gets you a lot of times, you know.
It
you
loses
go around
the
the corner
dread
too
aspect.
fast. Yeah, of course, because it's more actiony. You can't, you can do atmosphere, but once you go third person, that dread is definitely gone. Because you can just see what's in front of you. Yeah, there's some bullshit in this game where enemies just seem to spawn. I know they exist in the world, but my theory is that they purposefully spawn them in areas where they know you're not going to be looking in that direction. Like, the enemies will just come up behind you.
I also, with this mod, I increased the field of view.
Path on purpose.
Because it's supposed to be way closer into you. Like that's their way of making up for the camera, the not having the fixed camera.
Yeah.
It's like, well, you'll feel claustrophobic still because we'll zoom the camera in and give you motion sickness. And it looks like they did that again with the remake. So that kind of sucks. Until someone comes out with a mod to increase the field of view.
Sure. Yeah, see, you get these kind of articles. So it's like, 14 years later, Resident Evil 4 remains the most important third-person
I'm heading
shooter
downstream.
ever.
Be back tomorrow. More Resident Evil 4. See you then.
It changed things for video games. There aren't many games I